Anyone who's had our chicken knows it's plump and juicy. What they may not know is that it's also 100% natural.
All our chickens are certified, humanely raised, no antibiotics, on a high-quality diet of soy and grain.
Why are they called tenders?
They're called tenders because they come from the tenderloin to the breast, hand-trimmed just for colors. It's not a strip or a finger, it is the true tenderloin.
I'll put our chicken tenders up against anybody's.
That's like my Granny Franklin used to make. That's outstanding, Craig.
Welcome to Delicious.
At the Graham Automotive Group, we strive to make purchasing or leasing a vehicle a hassle-free process. That is why we're introducing Buy Your Way. Search our extensive inventory online, receive detailed financing options, and even have one-click access to connect with an actual Graham team member. Need more hands-on help? Customize your experience by coming into the dealership to pick up where you left off. Put yourself into the driver's seat of the car buying process with Buy Your Way, exclusively at the Graham Automotive Group.
Hey, 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 everyone. How you doing tonight? My name's Brian Wheeler. How are you? I'm the president of the South Dakota Rock and Roll Music Association, and I'm really glad to see you guys here. I got to be honest with you, though. If I appear a little bit nervous tonight, it's because this is probably the largest audience I've ever had to address, ever. In fact, up until this point, honestly, the largest group I had to talk to was 12 people, and all I had to give them and tell them was my name and not guilty. So anyway, that's a long story, okay? So as we get rolling here, first of all, I want to thank you all for coming out to the show. It means a lot to us as an organization, and you know, everybody remembers COVID, right? We didn't get a chance to do this in 2020. In 2021, we had the show. Yours truly got COVID, so I was not able to attend. But tonight I'm here. I'm healthy, I'm whole, and I'm really happy you guys decided to come out and join us. So give yourselves a round of applause because you guys are the ones that are making this show happen, okay? Okay. Last night we had our second annual Battle of the Bands, and that thing honestly blew me out of the water. In fact, our board just walked away going, where did these kids come from? They were all excellent bands. We had 8 bands this year, you guys. And if you missed it, I'm telling you, next year you got to be here because the talent that was on this stage was just terrific. And we have a special treat for you guys tonight. We have invited back the winner of the 2022 Hall of Fame Battle of the Bands. And I want to introduce them to you right now. They're going to come and perform for you. So will you please stand to your feet, give these boys a big hand of applause for the Down Boys.
Thank you so much, Sioux Falls. We are the Down Boys. This next song's an original. You can go get it on iTunes, Apple Music, Spotify. You go listen to it. How you think I'm so immature for being the one who invested it all. I fucking hate you and all that you put me through. I can't believe your mission was to make me fight for two. I won't lie, your cunning mind made me believe all the stars were aligned. You tell your friends you didn't like me like that. Well, did you mention all the times I hit you from the back? Probably not, you're insecure, 'cause you're just the devil inside an angel's robe. Call me crazy for falling in love, when all you sent me were plastic doves, and you were planning from the start to break my scarlet heart. And now I question all the times that you said to me, never give up and chase your biggest dream. Oh, what is that? Just another lie. Just like your love is your entire time. So call me crazy for falling in love, when all you sent me were plastic doves, and you were planning from the start to break my scarlet heart. You guys know this one? You guys like Van Halen? I said, do you like Van Halen? You guys ready? Are you ready? Jumping, what's that sound? Man, did you come to pull passenger down? Had you pointed down the avenue? I'm not a citizen to discipline. Don't you know she's coming home with me? You lose her in a time. I'll get out. Paying them up. not Sioux Falls, we are the Down Boys.
Give it up for him, come on. Yowzer, that was wild, man. I'll tell you, that was just a sample of what you might have missed last night if you weren't here. Like I said, all 8 of those bands were absolutely knocked our socks off. So at this point, I want to bring all the board members up here if I could, because I want you to be introduced to them. And there's also a very special person we need to have come to the stage. I'm also going to introduce you to the real MCs tonight. I'm not the guy. I'm just here as a fill-in. I always tell everybody, I'm just the eye candy up here. That's all. So,
Willie Birch, where are you? Did the ambulance come and take him away? Willie, come on up, man.
this would be Rick Gorley, that guy. Okay. All right. Okay. Next to him, we have Corey Van Sickle. Corey and the Fireflies, you might recognize this guy. He's a rock star. We have Mr. Mylan Ray from KISD Radio, Pipestone, Minnesota, one of your MCs tonight. We have Mr. Mark Ovenden, Dakota News Now. My buddy, he plays a hell of a golf game, and don't let him fool you. He'll take your money at any chance. Jeff Gunderson, you guys need to step over here in the light. Come around this way. Guys, step up this way. Step up this way, okay? Jeff Gunderson, Mr. Bill Britton, our chief photographer. Mr. Willie Birch, you might know him from the Apostles. And then Mr. Don Laredall. Don, you got to come up here in the light. Don, get up here so they can see you. Don Laredall, okay? Okay, so give it up for your board. Thank you, guys. Thanks for coming up. Thanks for coming up. You two guys, step back here if you would. Okay. Mark, come on over here. You're supposed to, is Mark supposed to get there now? No, go first. You're gonna go. He's gonna go first. Okay. Good. Okay. Thanks a lot. Hey, there's excuse me. One other person that needs to be introduced to you at this point in time. And I don't know if that person is up here yet or not, but I need to have Marissa come up here, please. Okay. All right. Here we go.
This gal is the boss.
This is the boss. This is the boss of our organization. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please welcome Marissa Bagley. Okay. I want to know a raise of the hands. How many of you guys were in Cub Scouts? I can't see your hands, but if you were in Cub Scouts, you had what was called a den mother, right? Okay? The den mother was responsible for herding us little kids around. I was a Cub Scout, okay? I was, 8 years old at the time, probably. If you were not a Cub Scout, how many guys out there were in a fraternity? Okay? In the fraternities, back when I was in school, which has been years ago when I graduated from USD, the fraternity houses, a lot of them, yeah, well, that's my university boys. The fraternity down there at that time had what they called a fraternity mom, a frat mom. That was her job primarily, was to keep all the frat boys from creating way too much chaos and having way too much fun. You frat guys, you know what I mean. Marissa is our den mother. Marissa is our frat mom. Marissa works hard behind the scenes. She's not on the board, but I'll tell you what, she keeps me in line. She tells me what to do, when to do it, and how fast I need to do it. And her efforts with our board I'll tell you what, you guys, honestly, this show wouldn't happen if it wasn't for Marissa. So, Marissa, we want to give you a little token of our appreciation as a board, and keep it up, man, because I'm totally lost without her. I'm telling you what, I'm totally lost. She does our creative for us. She sells tickets. She handles our website. She handles our Facebook page. She handles all of our our social media outlets, our platforms there. She's doing it by working full time and raising what? 3 kids? Two kids. Twins? Twins. 2 twins. Can you believe that? Oh my gosh. Anyway, Marissa, thank you very much. You're great. You're awesome.
Welcome to the South Dakota Rock and Roll Music Association's Hall of Fame induction concert. Good to have you here. Woohoo! We're ready to rock. It was in 1966, at the age of 14 or 15, that Dan Dagan from Parkston, South Dakota, wanted to start a band. Sometime during that year, he was introduced to 2 more guitarists, Joel Vetter and Gary Klatt, both from Tripp, South Dakota. Here we find the beginning of the band, The Young Generation. Big changes took place over time, and others from Parkston joined in during 67, 68, 69. The Young Generation at that time consisted of Jerry Niegebauer, lead vocalist Joel Vetter, Jim Weigel, Gary Klatt, Stan Atkins, Dan Dagan, Jerry Muse, and Jim Woodell. Unfortunately, both Stan Atkins and Jerry Niegebauer passed away in 2020. Because they were able to add the musical sound of brass, the band slowly transitioned from rock and roll into rock and soul. They even incorporated dance steps into some of their songs. I can't wait to see some of that tonight. Booking agent Gary Klatt arranged for the Young Generation to tour mainly around southeast South Dakota. Until now, all band members agree the highlight for them was being invited to and performing for the 50th class reunion for the Parkston High School class of 69 in September 2019. Today, being inducted into the South Dakota Rock and Roll Hall of Fame is definitely at their bucket list level. It is quite an honor to be inducted, and it's an honor to have them start things off tonight. Here to rock and roll for you, make welcome the Young Generation.
Your daddy do. 'Cause you know, Snoopy girl, I'm in love with you. And so I sing out, hang on, Snoopy, Snoopy, hang on. Hang on, Snoopy, Snoopy, hang on. Snoopy wears that red dress, yeah. Sloopy. Come on, come on. Well, come on, Sloopy. Come on, come on. Well, come on, Sloopy. Come on, come on. Well, come on, Sloopy. Come on, come on. Well, you look so good. Come on, come on. And you feel so good. Come on, come on. Come on and shake it, Sloopy. Come on, come on. Come on and shake it, yeah. Come on, come on.
Thank you for the warm welcome. I want to introduce the band. First of all, before we even go there, I want to introduce John Mogan. Everybody knows who he is. I want to thank you for playing with us, John. We appreciate your accompaniment and so on, and congratulations to your induction.
Thank
later.
you.
You bet. I'm going to go around. We just changed drummers, but Jim Woodell is now in California. Jerry Muse is from Florida, drove up from Florida. Gary Cladd is another resident of Sioux Falls. Joel Vetter is from Tripp. And Jim Weigel came up from Omaha. I'm Dan Digg, and I came from Denver, Colorado. We are the young generation. Well, I just screwed up.
Wrong song, but we'll start it right. Let me tell you about my baby. Oh yeah. When she comes around, about 5'4" to the ground. When she comes around here, just about midnight, she makes me feel so good. She makes me feel alright. And her name is G L O O R G L O R I. Gloria, I'm gonna shout every day. Gloria, I'm gonna shout every night. Gloria, yeah. What comes around here just about midnight. She makes me feel so good. She makes me feel alright. Comes walking down my street. She knocks upon my house. She says, "Come to my door," and she calls out my name. And her name is G L O. You sing it. O R G L O R I. Gloria, I'm gonna shout out. Gloria, gonna shout out. Gloria, oh, you look so good. Gloria. That's Joel Vetter. Well, she was walking down the street, looking fine as she could be. Hey, well, she's just walking down the street, recognize this song? Oh, everybody knows this song.
Sing along.
There is a house in New Orleans they call the rising sun, and it's been the ruin of many a poor boy. And God, I know I'm one. My mother was a tailor. She sewed my new blue jeans. And my father was a gambling man down in New Orleans. Now the only thing a gambler needs is a suitcase and a trunk. And the only time he feels satisfied is when he's on a drum. So mother, tell your children not to do what I have done, to live my life in sin and misery in the house of the rising sun. baby. Little Latin Lupe. You can clap if you want what to say. She's the best of miles around. She's my pretty little baby. Little Latin Lupe. Oh, mama, Lupe, Lupe. Come on, shake your pretty Lupe. Come on, do what you do. Oh, do hey, what you do. She's my pretty little baby. Little Latin Lupe, Lupe. Well, our time is up. I hope we brought a little
Thank you very
entertainment
much.
into your evening.
Appreciate it.
We gotta go, but we sure had fun doing this. Good night.
Now let's welcome the young generation into the South Dakota Rock and Roll Music Association's Hall of Fame. Accepting on their behalf is Dan Dagan. Dan, need you over here. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Smile down there. Okay, microphone's yours. Thank you.
You know, we are truly honored that we are even here. We really appreciate the opportunity. Whatever we can do to encourage you to support the South Dakota Music Association Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, I just want to put a plug out for that reason and that purpose right now. So if you can support them, please do. We wanted to give a tribute to two of the players, members of our band that were not here tonight. Jerry Negabar, the far picture over there. Jerry was our lead singer in 67 and 68. Stan Atkins was our bass player in 68 and 69. Stan went on to play professionally, and he was inducted into the Nebraska Country Hall of Fame, both in a band and later as an individual. So he really rose to the top, cream on the top there. Just wanted to give tribute to those two guys. Also, don't ask me to put it on. I'm gonna donate this to the museum. So just want to encourage you to go down and see the museum if you haven't. I've been there twice already. I'll go again to see it. So there you go. Thank you so much, everybody. Appreciate it a lot.
All right, you're probably wondering what a sports guy is doing up here as co-host. I have to tell you, I have an awful lot of interests in life, and music is one of those, and I love my music loud. Do you guys like your music loud? By the way, I'd like to recognize Brian Noem, that is Christy's husband. I'm sure he's used to being referred to as Christy's husband. He is here to support John Mogan tonight. And my only sports reference tonight will be that I know that Brian's in a great mood because Hamlin beat Castlewood 61-20 last night in high school football. Didn't know I'd get to use that tonight. All right, our next honoree. Mike Dresch started playing guitar when he was 15 years old, Christmas Eve of 1985. 1 year after that, he got his first Boss drum machine, and soon after he started writing songs and recording into the dual tape deck on his stereo system. After graduating high school, he bought his first 4-track cassette recorder, multi-track recording. It was a revelation to Mike. Not long after that, his first band, Simon Says, would enter the local recording studio Creative Communications. That's Bill Prine's, been there many times. This would be the first of many times recording at Will's studio, most notably with a band called Closet Monster. In the late 90s, Mike had to figure out where to record his band Swim's next album. He decided to invest in new recording technology called Pro Tools and record the band himself. In 2000, Mike and close friends in a local band called Jerk Store teamed up to finish their album entitled Circus Therapy. Jerk Store's new music got on the radio, namely on a Sunday night local show called Loud and Local on Crow. Suddenly, Mike Dresch was staying so busy recording bands out of his house that he was able to take a severance package at his job. How cool is that? The money that he got from the severance gave him a cushion until the studio was fully up and running. Cat House Studios took off. In addition to Jerk Store, there were bands like The Spill Canvas and Counterpoint. At their location in Central Sioux Falls, well over 10,000 songs were recorded, mixed, and or mastered until March of 2020. Mike has been blessed to have worked with many talented local artists in addition to regional and well-known national bands. Some of the record labels that Mike Dresch has done work for include Sire, Victory, and Face Down, as well as many smaller independent labels and artists. To all the clients who walked through those doors at Cat House Studios, you made an impact on Mike. And he hopes that he did justice to your music, because I know how much he loved doing it. Time to do Mike justice and place him in the South Dakota Rock and Roll Music Association's Hall of Fame tonight. Here to accept his award, let's give a round of applause for Mike Dresch.
Thank you. Got to pull up my cheat sheet here. First of all, I want to say thank you to the Hall and those who inducted me. I really, really appreciate it. It means a great deal to me. I'm also very honored to be inducted the same year as Bob Ferry. I don't know who, many of you probably know Rockin' Bob. Rockin' Bob, he's a big inspiration for me, a great man of faith, and somebody I really look up to, or really admire. First of all, I want to thank my family, my mom and my dad. They bought me that first guitar in '85 and kind of got this whole thing started, and really showed a lot of patience with me over the years, making noise in the middle of the night. And my sister can probably attest to that, having heard all the noises coming out. But I want to thank my friends, especially my friend Brent, who's my best friend Brent, and my friend Eldon. They really helped me get the studio started. They invested a lot of time and a lot of energy in helping me get what came to be known as Cat House Studios started up. I want to thank my son Zachary. My son, you all know Zach. He was there from the beginning. He heard all of it. It was right below his bedroom in the first house. My son Sam and my wife Lisa were 4 years away from our 10th anniversary, and I couldn't be more proud of her. She just got inducted herself into the USD Art Hall of Fame for art education. And I actually met my wife Lisa as a result of the studio. She booked her daughter Elsa to record with me, and we ended up becoming friends, and then now 11 years later, we're still going strong. And through that, I gained a daughter in Elsa, a son in Jacob, son-in-law, and also named Jacob, and now I have 3 grandkids, so life's been great. just to close, I just want to thank all the musicians and artists that came through the doors of Cat House Studios. You've really impacted my life, and I've made a lot of good friends for what hopefully will be our lifetime. Thank you very much.
The story of Destroyer starts in the late 1960s and early 1970s when brothers Bob and Kevin Ferry and stepbrother Gordy Gunderson fell in love with the harder rock music of Black Sabbath, Led Zeppelin, and early Grand Funk Railroad. Their first band, Wicked World, unfortunately came to an end when both Bob and Kevin joined the military. Younger brother Jeff, who had been watching and idolizing his older brothers, also fell in love with rock music. He would jam on instruments in the attic of their house. Jeff was eventually contacted by Evan Jones in 1974 and started the band Shadowfax. Recruiting big brother Bob as the lead singer and frontman brought Bob Ferry back into the music scene. Younger brother Jeff and Evan eventually broke off to form the group Wakefield that was inducted in 2017. Bob kept the name Shadowfax as he brought in Gordy and Kevin to reunite the three original brothers again. Shadowfax eventually dissolved, and Destroyer was formed with original members Bob Ferry, brother Kevin Ferry, Mike Friedel, Jeff Thompson, Tom James, and Gordy, who went on to join the Rocks band, inducted in 2021. Destroyer, inspired by the Kiss album of the same name, played a mix of heavy rock favorites. Destroyer was the heaviest band around at the time and always rocked the stage, putting everything into their shows. Over the years, other members of Destroyer included Ron Bartowski, Kevin Gross, Steve McFarland, Ron Jacobson. More recently, the four musical brothers, Bob, Kevin, Gordy, and Jeff, along with Kevin's son, Josh, performed together as Opal's Boys in honor of their mom, Opal. She put up with and encouraged her sons and their early musical endeavors. Unfortunately, Gordy passed away in 2010. Bob passed away 2021. So future reunions with all four brothers are no longer possible. At least we can put them together in the Hall of Fame. Accepting on behalf of Destroyer is Jeff Thompson.
Get your picture here right away, too. All right. Well, he just said everything I was going to say. I was going to tell a story because there's two things you got to know about Destroyer. The first and most important was this is Bob Ferry's band. It always was. Bob had the vision. He had the idea of what we were going to play, what kind of music. He knew what kind of musicians he wanted. He kept us booked. And he never let us doubt. And that's one thing you're going to have to know about Bob Ferry. And you're going to hear more about Bob a little later because he got the Spirit of Music Award. I think that's fantastic. Another thing you got to know is that Destroyer was a 10-piece band. Not many people know that. We just never played together at the same time. So we got a few of us up here. It started off with Bob and his brother Kevin and Steve McFarland playing some wonderful guitar. His partner in crime, he had Ron Jacobson, Ron Bartowski. There he is, Ron Bartowski. By the way, the only other member besides Bob and Kevin that played in all three versions. So, whoa. So, I'd just like to take the time to say that we never thought for a moment 45 years ago that we'd be standing here getting this honor. And it means a lot to us because a lot of times things go unnoticed. And we'd like to thank our families for all the understanding and caring that they've given us over the years. We'd love to thank the South Dakota Rock and Roll Music Association for this wonderful honor. And most of all, we'd like to thank you all that showed up tonight and given us one more reason to go out on a Saturday night. If you could clap for about another 30 seconds, I'm out of stuff to say, so.
Thanks, everyone.
At this time, we'd like to bring back the president of the South Dakota Rock and Roll Music Association, Mr. Brian Wheeler.
Okay, I'm back. Okay? For those of you who don't know me or maybe walked in late, I'm Brian Wheeler, South Dakota Rock and Roll Music Association president. At this time, though, I want to make a real quick announcement. I need to have all my board members up here on the floor, as well as any volunteers. And they know why they got to come out. Okay? I want to talk to you a little bit about our mission as an organization. We basically have kind of three pillars that we work from. The first one is to celebrate the inductees, obviously, that are up here, but to not only that, but celebrate the venues, the individuals, the bands, the promoters who made a significant impact in the history of rock and roll since rock and roll was born. So we want to, first of all, celebrate, and that's what we're doing tonight, is we're celebrating these guys for all the things that they did to help raise awareness for music in our state. Second thing we do is we want to preserve the history of rock and roll in South Dakota, how it got started and how it has evolved over the years. With our Battle of the Bands last night, that's the next generation of players that are going to come up, okay? So we have a museum up at the Washington Pavilion, and I encourage you, if you have time this weekend, to run up there. It's free. You can get in and go up on the second floor, and you'll see some artifacts in there of some of the instruments that were used back in the day when these boys were making music. The last thing that I want to talk to you about a little bit here is the nurture aspect of our organization. What we try to do is bring along the next generation of rock and roll players. And again, I refer back to last night with our Battle of the Bands. That's the next generation. But along with that, we work diligently side by side with the South Dakota Bandmasters Association. And we help to raise funds to write grants to high schools and middle schools around the state of South Dakota to help them with the purchase of equipment, the purchase of curriculum, the purchase of accessories and items that they need to fulfill their band programs in the state. And I don't know how many of you have been in band, but you know what I mean when I'm talking about, the importance of having that as part of a curriculum in a school. You can be a great football player, a great track star, a great basketball player, but you know what? After a while, the knees give out, the back gives out. But you know what? With music, it never dies. And you can take that with you the rest of your life. So what we want to do is I want my volunteers up in front of the stage, if I could, real quick. They know why they got to be up here. But I'm gonna ask you if you could help us with funding our grant for this year. And the reason I'm asking you, this is the first time we've ever done this, you guys. But in 2020 we had COVID. We didn't make a dime. We couldn't write grants. Last year we were still on the tail end of COVID. We had this performance last year, but it still wasn't strong enough. But this thing, if you can read, I don't know if you can read this, rock, can, roll. Can, right? Paint can. But rock, can, roll, right? So we want to have you help out while you rock out. So we're going to have our volunteers work through the crowd. If you can at all help us to fulfill our grants to these South Dakota schools, God bless you. We need your help. And again, we don't do this every year. This is the first year we've done it. But you can also, so if you got an extra $5, an extra $1, some pocket change, whatever, you can put in these cans. that would be awesome. It'd be a big help for us to be able to fulfill that part of our mission to nurture the next generation. If you got a cell phone and you got a QR code reader on it, there's a QR code on the can. You can scan that and it'll take you right to our Ways to Give page on our website, and you can pick the amount that you want to contribute at that point. So I want to thank you in advance for helping us help the next generation of musicians in our state. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
The soundtrack album of the film American Graffiti was released in 1973, and the 50s music resurgence was really at its peak at that point. Those 41 songs would become the inspiration for 4 Mitchell High School students asked to perform at an exchange concert with Sioux City North High School. The year was 1974, and their lives would never be the same. Steve Thomas, Cleve Carlson, Don Harris, Harlan Nielsen, adolescent teenagers feeding off the crowd's energy when they realized that this might be an opportunity to meet girls. This led to hours of basement and garage rehearsals. Long hours poring over the Graffiti double albums was thankfully endured and tolerated by their forgiving parents. Close friend Jim Paul, lighting director and roadie, was in on the discussions for a band name which was originally Faded Blue Jeans. Later they shortened it to Faded Blue. Don Harris's father pitched the band to the Moonlight Bar, and the Moonlight, of course, was known for a totally different form of entertainment at the time. But business had dropped off, and the owner was looking for new entertainment options. Faded Blue set up around the pole in the middle of the stage for their first paying gig and became the Moonlight's weekend house band that first summer. All members were underage. In 1975, Bob Whitey Walker, a tasteful, smooth lead guitar player, added a new dimension, and Faded Blue's sound began to evolve. Bob previously worked with D.D. Night Train and the Soul Express. Bob left Faded Blue in 1976. Cleve and Don took a break and pursued other careers. In 1977, Steve and Harlan connect with John Mogan, who had been working with the Ups and Downs. John introduced the band to Bob Bigo. 2 accomplished keyboard players were now in place. Cleve found his way back to Faded Blue, and the band continued to work 6 nights a week. John left the summer of 1979. Don Harris rejoined as the band's original bass player. Their final performance, 1979. Cleve and Don later formed Flatland Express. Cleve relocated to California, while Steve and Harlan continued to work with bands based in Louisville and Green Bay. Bob Walker continues to play with his daughter and Layla with over 2120. All the members of Faded Blue are proud to have been a small part of South Dakota and music history. Now let's make them part of our Hall of Fame. Welcome, Faded Blue.
A dum 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 be dooby dum 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 be dooby dum 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 be dooby dum. Whoa 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 whoa. Well, I love you, darling. Come and go with me, please. Won't you let me way beyond the sea? I need you, darling. So come go with me. Come into my heart, tell me, darling, we will never part. I need you, darling, so come go with me. Whoa, 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 whoa. Well, yes, I need you. Oh, I really need you. Please say you'll never leave me. They'll say you never. No, you really never. You never give me a chance. Come, 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 come. Come into my tell me, darling, we will never part. I need you, darling, so come go with me. Whoa, 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 whoa. Yes, I need you. Oh, I really need you. Please say you'll never leave me. They'll say you never. ba 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 ba-rin. Ba 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 ba-rin.
You got me rocking and a rolling, rocking and a reeling, ba-ba-rin, ba-ba-ba-ba-rin.
To a dance, looking for romance.
Saw Baba Ran, so I thought I'd take a chance with Baba Ran. You got me rocking and a rolling, rocking and a reeling, Baba Ran,
Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-rin.
Sing it with ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-rin. You got me rocking and a rolling, rocking and a reeling, Baba Ran, ba-ba-ba-ba-rin. Tried Peggy Sue,
Tried Peggy Lou.
tried Mary Lou, so I know what I do with Baba Ran, ba-ba-ba-ba-rin. You got me rocking and a rolling, rocking and a reeling, Baba Ran, ba-ba-ba-ba-rin. You got me rocking and a rolling, rocking and a reeling, Baba Ran, ba-ba-ba-ba-rin.
Oh, I wonder, wonder who, ba-doo-doo, who
Wrote the book of love.
Well, tell me, tell me, tell me, all who wrote the book of love. Well, I've got to know the answer. Was it someone from above? Oh, I wonder, wonder who, ba-doo-doo, who
Wrote the book of love.
Well, baby, I love you, darling. Yeah, baby, you know I do. But I've got to see this book of love, find out why it's true. Oh, I wonder, wonder who, ba-doo-doo,
Who wrote the book of love? Chapter 1 says you love her with all your heart. In chapter 2 you tell her you're never, 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 never gonna part. In chapter 3 remember the meaning of romance. In chapter 4 you break up, but you give it just one more chance.
Oh, I wonder, wonder who, ba-doo-doo,
Who wrote the book of love?
Yeah, baby, 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 I love you, yes I do. Well, it says so in this book of love. Ours is the one that's true. Oh, I wonder, wonder who, ba-doo-doo,
Who wrote the book of love? Well, I wonder who wrote the book of love? Nice job, buddy.
Well, you can rock and you can roll and you can stomp and even stroll it at the hop, hop,
It's disco time. Ah, yeah. You got a cute way of talking. You got the better of me. Just snap your fingers and I'm walking like a dog hanging on your lead. I'm in a spin, you know, shaking all the strings, you know. You make me feel like dancing. I wanna dance the night away. You make me feel like dancing. I wanna dance the night away. You make me feel like dancing. I feel like dancing, woo, dancing, woo, dancing the night away. I feel like dancing, woo, dancing, woo. Quarter to 4 in the morning. Ain't been in touch, oh, no, 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 no. Just hold me tight, leave on the line. 'Cause I don't wanna go home. You put a spell on me, I'm right where you want me to be. You make me feel like dancing. I wanna dance the night away. You make me feel like dancing. I wanna dance the night away. You make me feel like dancing. Here we go. Feel like dancing. Woo! Dancing. Woo! Dancing the night away. I feel like dancing. Woo! Dancing. Woo! Dancing the night away. I feel like dancing. Woo! Dancing. Dancing the night away. I feel like dancing. Woo! Dancing. You take me higher. You set my feet on fire. Hey. You make me feel like dancing. I wanna dance the night away. You make me feel like dancing. I wanna dance the night away. You make me feel like dancing. I feel like dancing. Woo! Dancing. Woo! Dancing the night away. I feel like dancing. Woo! Dancing. Woo! Dancing the night away. I feel like dancing. Woo! Dancing. Woo! I feel like dancing. Woo! Dancing. Ah ha ha ha. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Woo! Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Ah! Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do do do. Woohoo! Did you see that 2-inch vertical? Woo! Just like the Wabash Dragons.
Well, I was a boogie singer, playing in a rock and roll band. I never had no problems. No, I didn't. take it. I have to leave it behind. But now they're so much better. How you think so? Funkin' out everywhere. Well, I'll never lose that feeling. No, I won't. No. How I learned my lesson that day. Here we go. Sing on. Come on. They were dancing and singing and moving to the groove. And just when it hit me, somebody turned around and shouted, "Play that funky music, white boy, yeah. Play that funky music, right, yeah. Play that funky music, white boy. Lay down that boom and play that funky music till you die. Till you die. Till you die. Oh, till you die. Die. They shouted, "Play that funky music. Play that funky music. Play that funky music. They got to keep on playing funky music. Play that funky music. Oh, yeah. Lay down that boom and play that funky music till you die."
Thank you. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Elvis has left the building.
We are too old to do that anymore. Holy buckets. We'd like to just take a little opportunity to thank the South Dakota Rock and Roll Hall of Fame for having us tonight. It's been 40 years since several of us got together, so it's kind of amazing that we can still survive that long. We got two missing members, Bob Walker and Bob Ego, that couldn't be here tonight, so we'd like to acknowledge them. And we would like to thank all of our friends and family for coming out that came out over the way. They even did some dumb t-shirts that said Fade, but they're just kidding. Very cool t-shirts. Say Fade of Blue on them. And now I get to tell the joke that they used to tell on me right before we did this song every night. And they said, "You know, Steve looks a lot like Elvis Presley just before he died." And now the end is near, and so I face the final curtain. My friends, I'll say it clear, I'll state my case, of which I'm certain. Well, I've lived a life that's full. I've traveled each and every byway and more, much more than this. I did it my way. Regrets, I've had a few, but then again, too few to mention. Well, I did what I had to do. I saw it through without exemption. Well, I planned each charted course, each careful step along the byway, and more, much more than this. I did it my way. Yes, there were times, I'm sure you knew, when I bit off more than I could chew. But through it all, when there was doubt, I ate it up and spit it out. I faced it all, and I stood tall and did it my way. Well, I've loved, I've laughed and cried, I've had my fill, my share of losing. Oh, and now, as tears subside, I find it all so amusing to think I did all that. And may I say, not in a shy way, oh no, not me. I did it my way. Oh, what is a man? What has he got? If not himself, then he has got to say the words he truly feels, and not the words of want and need. The record shows I took the Lord and did it my way. The record shows I took the Lord and did it my way. Thank you.
That's Steve Thomas. Oh.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
All the members, as I mentioned earlier, of Faded Blue are proud to have been a small part of South Dakota music history. The South Dakota Rock and Roll Music Association now is including them among their 2022 inductees. Accepting on behalf of Faded Blue is Steve Thomas. Congratulations. Photo right down there. Good. Microphone's yours if you want to say anything.
Oh, you didn't get it. You didn't get it. I think I said enough before about all this stuff, so thanks very much. I'm glad you all came, and keep supporting. This is a great cause in South Dakota. Thank you.
After graduating high school in Mott, North Dakota in 1969, John Derrick bought a one-way ticket from Dickinson to Minneapolis. That year, he attended Brown Institute of Broadcasting and graduated in 1970. John instantly knew that broadcasting was to become his lifelong career. Upon graduation from Brown Institute, John began his first radio job in 1970 with a shift from 6 p.m. to midnight in Williston, North Dakota on KEYZ. John's 50-year radio career would bring him twice back to Rapid City's KKLS. First as music and program director in 1971, then returning again as production manager in 1979. From 75 to 79, John was on the air from 3 to 7 in Grand Forks, North Dakota on KNOX. In 1982, he landed in Gillette, Wyoming at radio stations KGWY and KOLL. Here he worked both on the air and as program director. John Derrick returned to the Black Hills area in 1986 to join the staff at KSLT and KLMP radio in Rapid City. It is here today that he continues his DJ duties as an on-air personality and also a sales manager. Ready to become a part of great music history, the South Dakota Rock and Roll Music Association welcomes him as this year's DJ inductee to the Hall of Fame, accepting the honor, John Derrick himself.
Hi, rock and rollers. How are you? I want to thank, first of all, my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Then I want to thank my children, Olivia, which she's here back there at table number 35. She came with me tonight. My son, Matthew, and Donovan. Then I want to thank the Hall of Fame for asking me to be part of this. I really appreciate it. It's an honor, and I'm very, very humbled by the whole situation. Then I want to thank everybody that I ever worked for, because I learned something from each one of you. And I want to thank the audience, because without the audience who listened to me anywhere at any time, I would have never had this job that I absolutely love so much. So let me say this. It was January 15th, 1969, I received my first class radio FCC broadcast license from Brown Institute in Minneapolis. So that's when I consider my radio career officially started. So a week ago last Thursday, September 15th, I celebrated my 53rd year in radio, and I'm not done yet. Thank you very much, and God bless.
I have to follow a guy like that with that kind of voice? You kidding me? To the many who have driven by the Varsity Pub, it's not just another bar on Main Street in Vermilion. But to the people inside, it holds years of stories, laughs, and memories. Memories that they're going to cherish for a lifetime. Established in 1920, the Varsity Pub has stood in the same location for 100 years. This is unique for the town of Vermilion. No other bar can say that. Built in 1920 by the Mickles brothers, Fred and Ernie, the Varsity was a place to stop by and purchase chocolates, fountain drinks, luncheons, and of course, smokes. After a year, they put in a wooden floor in the basement. The original floor is still there today. The Varsity Pub started doing cake parties and hosting bands. Since the original owners, times have changed, and so have the many advertisements in the USD College newspaper displaying the Varsity's charm. In 1938, a poem was published with the title, A Night at the Varsity, providing hilarious anecdotes to what a night at the Varsity in the late 30s was all about. Not only did the ads change over time, but the owners did too. Past students from as long as 50 years ago will stop back in town just to reminisce a little there. They smile as they enter the door like a child first visiting Disneyland. They all want to go to the basement and talk about the Greek exchanges that were held there, or the great band that was playing the night that they met their first wife. And I do mean first wife. The basement has a large stage that has had the privilege of featuring such South Dakota bands as Red Willow, Poker Alice and Zero Ted, also national bands, Martha and the Vandellas, Hager Twins from the TV show Hee Haw, Sly Dog, which was Billy Ray Cyrus's band. The Varsity has 100 years, and they've lasted that because of their loyal customers and the family that they've become. At the Varsity, they're so proud of its past and feel very passionate for its future. Now, they can proudly say they're in the Hall of Fame, and accepting on behalf of the Varsity Pub in Vermilion is Diane Worth. Congratulations. Absolutely. And there's no photographer down there. Okay, so let you have at it. Sure.
I'm clearly not Diane Worth. I'm her nephew, Drew. And on behalf of her, my late father, Greg, my uncle, Grant, her son, my cousin, Cody, and everybody else involved in the Varsity Pub, supporting live music in the basement and everything involved there. I want to thank the South Dakota Rock and Rollers Hall of Fame for inducting our little watering hole into the prestigious realm. The Varsity Pub has been a place for Vermilionites and visitors alike to meet, grab a drink, and hopefully enjoy some live music from time to time. We've been doing it for 100 years, and here's to 100 more, hopefully. Rock on. Everybody have a great night. Thank you.
All right, I'm not used to having this long in between talking, so I'm going to talk for a little bit now. I got to admit, listening to Jeff Thompson talk about Destroyer, Kim Nelson came up before we got started and reminded me about Mike Friedel being part of the group, and I saw Joni backstage, and it's just unbelievable the way what you guys, all of you guys do in the rock and roll world do to connect to people and make a difference in their lives. And I just think about Mike, and he was the football coach at Augustana for two of my sons. And I remember being in the locker room one time, videotaping before Augie played North Dakota State, and they were huge underdogs. And he gave the most passionate, fiery speech to that team to go out on the field and beat the mighty Bison. So much so that I wanted to run through the wall and play myself at about age 50, which would have been silly, but he played, and all of you guys play with that same kind of passion. And Jeff made the comment about making Saturday nights fun. I can't think of a better way than spending tonight with all of you guys. Let's hear it for everybody. One big round of applause. Thanks for making tonight fun. All right, our next inductee can't be with us tonight. Unfortunately, he's under the weather down in Kansas City. But Randy Merrill's career in music started while in high school with South Dakota-based rock bands, the Catacombs, OB, and the Spirits. In the early 70s, Randy moved to radio and did a stint at KOTA in Rapid City. He later worked as a frontman and singer with the Young Raiders. The Young Raiders toured the Midwest for several years. Then Randy transitioned to country bands, most notably the High Country Band, where he was drummer and lead vocalist. In 1978, Randy began work as a booking agent for GMA, that's Good Music Agency in Missoula, Montana, and represented their country music roster. In 1985, he and his wife, Brendy, went to work for the Winterset Agency in Denver, Colorado. The following year, they bought the company and still own it today. At that time, Winterset Agency booked mostly Denver artists. They were a talent buyer for mostly corporate and social events. But then in 1991, Randy became an agent for Capitol Records recording artist Chris Ledoux. Randy and Brendy relocated to Nashville while maintaining their satellite office in Colorado. Winterset Agency transitioned to Winterset Concerts, LLC, and moved from representing artists to representing events as talent buyers, which the company still does today. In South Dakota alone, Randy has been the talent buyer for the Grandstand Entertainment at the South Dakota State Fair in Huron for the past 16 years, as well as the Central State Fair in Rapid City. Over the years, they have worked with the biggest names in classic rock and country music. Randy is past president of the South Dakota Association of Fairs. He has been inducted into the South Dakota Fairmen's Hall of Fame. Twice he's been nominated for the Academy of Country Music's Talent Buyer of the Year. That is pretty incredible. He was acknowledged as Service Member of the Year from fair associations in North Dakota, South Dakota, Colorado, and the Rocky Mountains. Time to welcome Randy. As I said, he cannot be here with us, to the Hall of Fame, South Dakota Rock and Roll Music Association. Let's give Randy Merrill a big round of applause. And our next inductee, and if Randy Woods hasn't made his way backstage yet, we need you. Zakarian rocked the Black Hills from 1973 through 1981, playing everything from rock to jazz, country to funk, standards to swing and original tunes. The band existed in at least 4 different versions. The one consistent member at the managerial helm, Randy Woods, lead vocalist and percussionist, was the driving force keeping this band busy. Zakarian's other gifted musicians between 1973 and 77 included Dave Kramer, Jerry Upton, Gary Leese, Gene Leonard, Leslie England, Terry Rathbun, and John Lamb. Now, Zakarian opened for Maynard Ferguson's big band at the newly built Rushmore Plaza Civic Center in 1977 for Dakota Days in Rapid City. In the same year, they performed on the KOTA TV Christmas Music Special. Zakarian was making a name for itself at that point. The band's logo promised, quote, an investment in good music. Over the years, the band adapted to new musical tastes and trends, hitting the road with Mike Bow Tie, Peter Diggins, Marty Weaver, Holly Hoffman-Nichols, and Kent Smith. Zakarian was honored to perform in 1980 on the South Dakota PBS series No Cover, No Minimum at the Hotel Alex Johnson, one of my favorite spots in South Dakota. Eventually, musicians Marty, Holly, and Kent left the group in 1980 to pursue other interests. Meanwhile, Butch Zerath and Ralph DeKemper joined the group for the final version of Zakarian. Through Zakarian's musical journey, they have always maintained high standards in order to connect with their audience, while always committing themselves to playing good music, just like they promised. That they did. To show it, Zakarian is now in South Dakota's Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Accepting on behalf of all of Zakarian is Randy Woods. Let's give them a huge round of applause. Got it? Are we good? Yeah, here's your plaque. Oh, okay, all right, here we go. Oh. Ready? Smile. Okay. Go ahead, Randy.
Thank you, everybody, for letting us come here and accept this award. We appreciate it. I will say this. I am honored. Being a singer through the years, a singer's only good as a band that backs you up. I have to give my hats off. I've been very blessed to play with very good musicians through the years. This is a testimony for me that these guys even showed up for tonight. I wish we could have gotten everybody that we could have performed for you. Unfortunately, that didn't work, but that's okay. We're still going to have a fun night tonight. But again, I just want to thank everybody for letting us do our thing. All the musicians here, all we all love is just playing music. But it's nice at the end of towards the end of your life when you can get recognized for all the stuff you've done. We appreciate it. I want to thank all the bands here also that are getting inducted. We know some of them, some we don't. But what a hell of a ride this has been for every one of us. We appreciate it. Just let these guys say a little bit of something, and I'm going to get off. Thank you, folks. Have a good night tonight.
It is a very great honor for me to be here. I came from a musical family. Mother played keyboards and saxophone. My dad played harmonica and fiddle. My uncle played banjo. Mother made us take piano lessons, and that's where I came along with. My older brother was a musician who played for several years, and I followed in his footsteps, and I accept my award in recognition of my family and the people that have supported me through the ages. Thank you.
Let me hear you say yee-haw! Thank you.
What a pleasure it is to be back in South Dakota. Haven't been here for a while. I just see all the love in the room. Thanks for supporting live music.
Is it time to party? All right. Yeah, this is one of the best experiences I've ever had playing with Zakarian, and I'm glad it happened in my life, and I love these guys. Thank you very much.
No guarantees.
Thank you. This is the 63rd year I've been playing drums, and I'm still trying to get it right. Thank you.
I am so happy to be here for my father who passed away on an untimely way, Gene Leonard. But I know for certain that all of you and all of the bands and his friends in this band were the loves of his life, including my mom and obviously his children. But I am so excited for every musician here and for your accomplishments and for what you've sacrificed and contributed. Thank you. It's an honor to be here.
The Highway Call Band, based out of Arlington, Brookings. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah. Based out of Arlington, Brookings, plays a wide variety of rock, country rock, classic country, surf, doo-wop, rockabilly, blues, occasionally jazz. I think I left out polka. The band was started in 1985 by Kurt Henry, Gary Thomas, and Mark Close. They were joined in 1988 by Jim Buchanan. They performed under the name Silver Creek for several years, but the name later was changed to the Highway Call Band. The band has won several Wrangler Music Showdowns, including at the South Dakota State Fair and subsequently at the regional contest in Wichita. Band members currently performing: Terry Church, Kurt Henry, Gary Thomas, Jim Juntanen, and Josh Juntanen. For tonight's South Dakota Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, these 5 members will be playing, plus previous drummers Mark Werner and Dallas Meesberg on percussion. Sax and keyboard players for many years, Mike Napadol passed away in 2014. A more complete history is posted on the Highway Call Band Facebook page. Find them there, along with photos and notifications of upcoming shows. But it's hard to beat a live performance. Please welcome the Highway Call Band.
Ladies and gentlemen, my brothers, Highway Call Band. Dum 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 de dooby dum. Whoa 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 whoa. Yeah. Dum 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 de dooby dum 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 de dooby dum 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 de dooby dum. Whoa 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 whoa. Dum dum darling, dum dum de dooby dum 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 de dooby dum darling, so come dum de dooby dum. Whoa 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 whoa. Never never never, yes I never never, please never never, never never never, never never never, yes you never never.
You never give me a chance.
Dum 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 dooby dum, darling, we will never dum darling, so come dooby dum 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 dum, come dooby dum 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 dum, come dooby dum 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 dooby dum. Whoa 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 whoa.
Terry Church. An old cowboy went riding out one dark and rainy day. Upon a ridge he rested as he went along his way. When all at once a mighty herd of burnt-out cows he saw, down through the jagged skies and up cloudy draw. Shiny and their hooves are made of steel. Their brands are still on fire and their hot breath he could feel. A bolt and fear went through him as they thundered across the sky. He saw the riders coming hard and he heard their mournful cry. Yippee-yi-ho, yippee-yi-ho. lived on by him, he heard one call his name. Said if you want to save your soul from hell, riding on our range, then cowboy, change your ways today, or with this you will ride. Trying to catch the devil's herd across these endless skies.
you gathering up the tears? Have you had enough of mine? Are you reeling in the years? Stole away the time. Are you gathering up the tears? Have you had enough of mine? You've been telling me you're a genius since you were 17. All the time I've known you, I still don't know what you mean. Well, the weekend baby. Don't turn your back on me, baby. Yes, don't turn your back on me, baby. Stop messing around with your tricks. Don't turn your back on me, baby. You just might pick up my magic sticks. Got your spell on me, baby. You got your spell on me, baby. Yes, you got your spell on me, baby. Turning my heart into stone. I need you so bad, magic woman, I can't leave you alone.
The gentlemen. Sheets, I feel it all when I believe I can leave it alone. I feel an old weakness coming on strong. Took down those pictures of you and me, but every time I look back where they used to be, I feel an old weakness coming on strong. That we're running real low on willpower and get you out of this heart of mine. From the break of dawn to the midnight hour, I keep fighting to let you go, but your love is beyond my control. I feel it, oh, weakness coming on strong. I'm feeling oh, weakness. I'm feeling oh, weakness. I'm feeling oh, weakness coming on strong. Oh, thank you much.
Well, sitting here wondering what the matchbox hold my clothes. Yeah, sitting here wondering what the matchbox hold my clothes. I ain't got no matches, but I got a long way to go. Yeah, I'm an old poor boy and I'm oh so far from home. Yeah, I'm an old poor boy and I'm oh so far from home. I can't ever be happy, 'cause everything I do is wrong. Yeah, I'm sitting here wondering will the matchbox hold my clothes. Yeah, I'm sitting here wondering will the matchbox hold my clothes. I ain't got no matches, I got a long way to go. Let me be your little dog, till that big dog comes. Let me be your little dog, till that big dog comes. When that big dog gets here, we'll show him what this little dog's done. Well, I'm sitting here wondering will the matchbox hold my clothes. Yeah, I'm sitting here wondering will the matchbox hold my clothes. I ain't got no matches, but I got a long way to go. I ain't got no matches, but I got a long way to go.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Fantastic, guys. That was absolutely great. The South Dakota Rock and Roll Music Association is now more than happy to put into their Hall of Fame the Highway Call Band. And accepting on the group's behalf is Josh Juntanen.
All right. Well, thanks, everybody. This is a big honor for all of us. And I think I can speak for all the guys in the band that we'd like to thank all of our family members who have always been very supportive, and all of our friends, and everybody who always came to come and listen. it's just been, it's quite an honor. Thanks, everybody. Really appreciate it.
Now we got one. For those that haven't been over to the merchandise table lately, you better get over there and check to see if you still have the high bid on some of these items. We've got a Vox amplifier over there, a whole bunch of signed guitars, including one that's been signed by Blood, Sweat, and Tears and the Vox Tops. There's also one signed by the Marcells that had Blue Moon, Rick Derringer, rock and roll hoochie coo guy himself, and the Grassroots. We have all those guitars over there. If you haven't got a bid in yet, make sure you do so. There's also a beautiful Poco poster that's signed by all of the members of Poco, including the deceased Rusty Young now. So get over there and check that out. It's going to end at 9 o'clock sharp tonight. I might get another reminder into you, but 9 o'clock tonight is when they are going to drop and stop the entire silent auction. So make sure you get over there before 9 o'clock.
All right, what a way to spend. You guys having fun? What a great way to spend Saturday night. We got our own concert tonight. This is fabulous. I know for me, it's a little less stressful than our football Friday nights when we're trying to get highlights last night from 17 high school football games on in a show when it's all coming in like crazy. This is fun. Just get to read some awards and listen to fabulous, fabulous music. All right, Lanny Mollett and Rochelle Hagel, if you're not backstage yet, we need you immediately because we have some more awards to give out. After seeing and eat in Yankton, Lanning Mollett started Mollett Music in the summer of 1969. My math tells me that's 53 years ago. Mollett Music started selling Yamaha band instruments, Fender guitars and amplifiers. In addition to instruments, they also sold a variety of records, sheet music, and accessories. As the store expanded, they later added Lowry organs and Kawai pianos. Years passed, and Mollett Music added many more major brand instruments. Mollett Music offered lessons on all of their instruments. As the younger customers, this is great, as the younger customers started coming into the store, they showed an interest in rock and roll bands, but these customers did not have abundant resources. So what did he do? He provided the instruments and teachers to help these young people become proficient in their quest of being a band. The lessons were customized to teach them as a band versus individual stuff. And some of these bands became very popular. Lanning organized an annual rock and roll festival at a local motel with a large party room. Mollett Music provided all the lights and the sound systems. This event showcased the jam bands taught by Mollett Music. The local community and parents of the musicians rallied around the idea and made the event a huge success. As the band started booking more gigs, they kept going back to Mollett Music for lessons and upgraded equipment. In 2014, after 44 years, Lanning liquidated the inventory of Mollett Music to enjoy retirement. Even today, some of the past band members get in touch with Lanning to show their appreciation for all the help that he gave them in their youth. Now, the South Dakota Rock and Roll Music Association is showing its appreciation by inducting Mollett Music into the Hall of Fame. Accepting on behalf of Mollett Music is, are you there? Lanning Mollett. Lanning, are you there? Let's give Lanning a big round of applause. There we go.
just like to take a moment to thank those responsible for inducting us in the hall. We appreciate all the attention we're getting tonight, so thank you. My wife, Fran, say a couple words here.
I just want to add a thank you to our long employee at the store and our long-lived friends, and we have 3 of our wonderful grandchildren here celebrating with us. So thank you so much for this event and the appreciation for you.
This is so much fun. I know all these names from my sports job from the last 44 years. I said, are you guys from Burbank? Because I remember a Kevin Mollett that played for USD, and he was from Burbank, right down the street. I used to do the Coyotes games back then, and I thought it was pretty cool that he was from Burbank, South Dakota. They are from Yankton, and I'm not sure if we figured out if they're related, but there's a lot of Mollets in that area. All right, our next inductee. Panache magazine was launched by Rochelle Hagel and Dan Anderson. The two had met as journalism students at South Dakota State in November of 1994. Envisioned originally to be strictly a live music publication, it soon became apparent that the wider world of arts should also be included in the content. However, the heart of Panache magazine would feature countless local acts, premier regional touring bands, and a number of national groups. It grew from an initial run of 500 8-page black and white magazines to 5,000 full-color copies with 16 to 20 pages every 2 weeks. That is amazing. Panache magazine was published in the Black Hills and distributed from Belle Fourche to Hot Springs until November of 2004. Now, they are being inducted into the South Dakota Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. That's pretty cool. Accepting on behalf of Panache magazine is Rochelle Hagel. Let's give them a big round of applause.
So if you've known me very long, you know I never was very cool, but during the years I had Panache magazine, I got to hang out with the coolest people in my own personal universe, people playing live music in bands. Live bands go into an average room on an ordinary Saturday night and they make magic just like they're doing tonight, and it's an indescribable gift. I was always so grateful to be a part of it in any small way. But Panache wasn't just about me and live music. It took a lot more than that to make it happen. Dan Anderson, who started the magazine with me, left me with a computer and software, which was really important when he moved out of Rapid City. My brother Richard tirelessly sold ads for years, which is what it takes to put 5,000 copies of a magazine on the street every 2 weeks. My husband Ralph and my daughter Cassie loaded up a red radio flyer wagon every other Saturday for years and marched up and down the streets of the Southern Hills distributing the magazine. And countless musicians and other people wrote for Panache magazine. Beth Ripkema, Sean Bitts, Steve Thorpe, James Van Nuys. Barb Evenson got us online in 1998, and it was a concerted effort by a lot of people to make that magazine happen. And I am grateful to all of them. And I don't that I'm so grateful to be here. I wanted this really, really bad. So thank you very much.
The conception of Spider and the Crabs took place in 1964 at the University of Kansas. Two active members, Steve Spider Smith and Mike Sollenberger, got together in the frat house playing guitar and bass. Together, along with a second guitar player and drummer, they formed a four-piece group called the Crabs. Once while playing a four-city Kansas tour, a playbill listed the group as Spider and the Crabs. Perhaps somebody knew Steve Smith's nickname, and it stuck. Spider began recruiting a more professional group, increasing to 6 members, adding Bob Hanna, Charlie Shoemaker, Mike Burlow, Michael Spanky Landis. They all became the original touring band, performing throughout the Midwest and beyond. Through their advertising on the 50,000-watt radio station KOMA in Oklahoma City, attendance at their performances grew, as did the band's reputation. Owners of the Red Dog Inn, a dance venue located in Lawrence, became interested in the new group. The two started Mid-Continent Entertainment with plans to book bands throughout the Midwest, and Spider and the Crabs were signed. They even booked Spider and the Crabs as the lead-in band for the Righteous Brothers on tour in the 1960s. The band migrated to a style of rhythm and blues. They were often thought of as a soul band and soon gained a reputation as a show band. In 1967, several members of the group left, thus ending the original band run. Mid-Continent then hired bands to continue touring under the name Spider and the Crabs until it was sold in 1970. As many as 5 different versions of Spider and the Crabs toured between 1968 and 1975. All of the many members of the Spider and the Crabs are extremely honored to be inducted into the South Dakota Rock and Roll Music Association's Hall of Fame. Accepting on behalf of Spider and the Crabs, Chuck Shoemaker. Step over.
Thank you for that introduction. And good evening, everyone. Has this not been the most fantastic night that you have been in? And even at this point in time, yes, I think it is. We are certainly enjoying all the bands that have been played so far, and we're sorry that we're not able to do it today. We want to thank the board of directors for this very high honor to be inducted today. We also want to thank John Brown, who is a person that has been booking bands out of Lawrence, Kansas since the middle 60s. And he and Mike Murphin started Mid-Continent Entertainment, which had bands that were playing all over the Midwest, especially in this wonderful state, east, west, north, and south in South Dakota. We thoroughly enjoyed being here. Would like to also tell you that we are very humbled to say that the kind of music that we played was soul music. And we are happy to tell you that that is still continuing in the Rock and Roll Music Hall of Fame here. So, without further ado, I'd like to give each person here each opportunity to say a little bit of words for you, and thank you. Just about. Mike?
I want to give thanks to Spider of Spider and the Crabs. May he rest in peace. Spider, thank you for all the fun you've given us.
Come on, Don. Don.
Thank you for having us here. I was the original drummer for Spider and the Crabs. Also the original drummer for the Red Dogs, who were inducted earlier. Anyway, it's a great honor to be here again, and thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Dennis Higgins, bass player for Spider and the Crabs. I just want to thank everyone for being out here and thank the South Dakota Music Hall of Fame for this honor. The Crabs were one big happy family over the years, so lots of us, but only a few of us could be here tonight. So just want to say thank you from all the Crabs.
Once again, we certainly appreciate Brian and all the directors that have given us the opportunity here to be with you tonight. It's been great to be part of your organization, and we look forward to seeing and coming again many, many times and listening to all the wonderful bands that you have that have performed today. Thank you very much.
You got about a half an hour left to get over there to get your bids in on the silent auction items. Make sure you pick up some of the programs, the posters, and any of the souvenirs. A lot of the souvenirs from years past are only $1 each, and there might be a few left, I'm not sure. But we've got a Vox amplifier, signed guitars by Blood, Sweat, and Tears, box tops, the Marcells, Rick Derringer, and the Grassroots for bidding on. Make sure you get over there. The bidding stops at 9 o'clock tonight.
Well, this is the first time I've done this, and I got to tell you, this is just a gas. Getting to meet all these people and being friends with so many of them in the first place before the banquet tonight, or before the program tonight. When Brian Wheeler, who we go back 40 years plus, he used to be the general sales manager at KSFY when I first moved to Sioux Falls, and we were business partners, and he is a friend for life. So when he asked me if I'd do this, I was thrilled and glad it was something that worked into the schedule, because it was a Saturday night. And like I said earlier, what a great way to spend Saturday night listening to all this wonderful music. I did ask Mylan if I could maybe introduce a couple of the groups just because of friendships that I have. And this next group, you're going to enjoy them immensely. The Cartwright Brothers. Our Mark Nelson, who I work with every day at the radio station where I do Calling All Sports, and he bails me out so many times when I have emergencies. So I love you, Mark. I appreciate all you do. Mark Nelson and Jeff Schwabach. They are a rare and versatile act from Sioux Falls. In fact, the pair combine musical talents with comedy. Their career spans over 30 years, during of which they've averaged 100 to 150 shows per year. It would not be out of the ordinary for you to find the Cartwright Brothers headlining a comedy club as a duo on Friday night, and then engage in a sweat-filled rock and roll show like they're gonna do tonight on a Saturday night with the Split Pea Band, which boasted as many as 6 members. For over 10 years, they were the main summer musical attraction of the Iowa Great Lakes, playing the Bavarian Gardens in Arnold's Park every weekend from Memorial Day to Labor Day. VH1's Corey Moss once wrote, "The Cartwright Brothers are to Lake Okoboji." I love this. "The Cartwright Brothers are to Lake Okoboji as Jimmy Buffett is to Key West." To add to their busy performing schedule, they also found time to host a morning radio show on 95.7 in Sioux Falls for over 7 years. In '92, the Cartwright Brothers were an NACA Showcase winner. They've released 3 CDs, including Sirius, Peaking at Life, and Halfway to Nowhere. Along with the Cartwright Brothers, the Split Pea Band has featured the talents of Don Cooper, Jerry Turner, Monty Beringer, Brian Detmers, George Pewter, Dave Van Rokel, Derek Zeke, Robin Snow, and Barb Widenar. And without further ado, it's Saturday night. Let's hear from the Cartwright Brothers.
Thank you very, very much. I know we were supposed to burst into some great, gigantic tune there, but we can't really start like that.
Because we didn't start like that.
We have to start at the beginning.
1989 at the Pomp Room Bar. God bless the Ertz family. John decided he wanted a couple guys playing acoustic in the corner. And they were going to get paid $20 a night plus free drinks, which, well, that meant about $300 a night for each of us at the time. But we wanted the gig, and I was a bass player, Mark was a keyboard player. We took the gig anyway.
That is true? Oh, Jesus. I know what this is, and I can hear John Ertz laughing right now. John and I have been passing this back and forth, if you can finish that, actually. I don't want, yes. It's an electric bun warmer. And John Ertz and I have been passing this back and forth for about 30 years. I knew it was coming, John.
Oh, thank you.
Thanks,
for that.
John.
So
But when
anyway,
we first started out, again, I was a keyboard player. Jeff was a bass player. We needed the money. We decided to play the show, but we only knew one chord on the acoustic guitar. That was the G chord. Nice chord, right?
My favorite chord.
But you can't do an entire night on one chord.
We did, though.
Yeah, that's true. We couldn't play anybody else's song yet, so we wrote one of our own. It was called Baby. Went like this. Heavily influenced by early Beatles.
And we did that for about a year.
So the second year we decided to expand our horizons. We learned the C chord. So now we had a G and a C, effectively doubling our song list. We wrote a second song entitled, Yeah, Baby. Heavily influenced by early Beatles.
Wasn't a big stretch, but, you know.
But the third year...
Breakthrough year for us.
We learned the D chord. Suddenly, the entire world of music seemed to open its arms to us simply because we could play a G, a C, and a D. And by putting those three chords in the proper order like this, G, C, D. Suddenly, we realized we could play almost any song in the history of mankind.
That's right. Remember, we learned that song by R.E.M. first. Remember that?
Yep.
Should we do it?
Do them all.
Stand in the place where you were.
Well, now, think about direction, wonder why you haven't before.
Stand in the place where you were. Face out. Shake it up, baby. Twist and shout. Twist and shout. Woo, shake it up, baby. Now.
You get up and let it say, hey. You get up and let it say,
Hang on, Snoopy. Snoopy, hang on. Oh, well, oh, well, oh, well, oh. Tell me more. Like, did he have a car? Da, da, da. Da, da, da. Da, da, da. $5 foot-long trophy. You make my heart sing. I said, wow. The magic three chords, ladies and gentlemen. So we did that for a number of years, and then there was an event that happened in the news, and it changed everything for us. Big time.
True. This turned us from that little duo that sat in the corner that nobody paid attention to, hey, did you hear the song that those guys did?
We just want to say thank you, Lorena Bobbitt.
sleep. Wake up, little Johnny, and weep. Your wife is gone, she took your dong and she threw it in the street. Wake up, John Bobby! Wake up, John Bobby! Well, what are you gonna tell your mama? What are you gonna tell the cops? What are you gonna tell your friends when they start calling you chops? Wake up, John Bobby! Wake up, John Bobby! Wake up, John Bobby! Wake up! Wake up, John Bobby! Wake up! The stove is all that you got. Your sex life is shot. She cut off the end of your helmeted friend. You gotta sit when you go to the pot. Wake up, John Bobby! Wake up, John Bobby! Well, what are you gonna tell your mama? What are you gonna tell the cops? What are you gonna tell your friends when they say,
Oh, dude, she did what? To your... Oh, dude.
wake up, John Bobby! Wake up, John Bobby! Wake up, John Bobby! It's time to get sewn.
Thank you very much. Without further ado, everybody get your drinks in the air. It's time for the Sacred Cartwright Brothers saying, which is, of course, hell no, I ain't eating those peas. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Hell no, I ain't eating those peas. I think some of you have seen us before. Sorry about that. It's been really fun tonight to run into all of you from all over from our last 30-some years. And what you got there, Mark?
We had special shirts made for tonight. We didn't really sell them beforehand, but just catch one of us afterward. Cartwright Brothers Split Pea Band on the front, and on the back, South Dakota Rock and Roll Hall of Fame 2022. Thank you.
There you go. So Mark and I, in about 1993, started playing down at the wonderful Lakes region, Lake Okoboji, and at the Gardens. And we played there. We played the lakes pretty steady for about 20 years and met a lot of people and saw a lot of great things. And we saw some things that weren't all that great.
This was inspired by a true story. We love Lake Okoboji, and it was a great year. We had visions of beaches and icy cold beer, enjoying the view of bikini-clad girls. When I see a sight and it makes my toes curl. See that man over there? He just doesn't look right. His arms nice and tan, but the rest of him white. A tight stretch of fabric on his package so small. It's a farmer in a Speedo. Oh, God save us all! He jumps out of his pickup with his beach towel in hand. In 5-buckle boots, he walks through the sand. His pioneer hat keeps the sun from his eyes, and a plier in a pouch is still strapped to his thigh. Why are you, some of you ladies, looking across the table at your man? Oh, he walks through the gasping and the horrified looks, and he lays on his duster as he cranks up Garth Brooks. He pulls out his oil and he smears it around. It keeps his skin soft and his back hair lies down. It's a farmer in a what a freak. His toes in the water, geez, he's taking a leak. It's a farmer in a Speedo with sand in his crack. Seed corn logo up front and a skull can in back.
Thank you. Based on a true story, that one. So, we did record a number of CDs. We got 3 albums that we recorded over the years. And the first song we ever recorded, one Mark wrote. We're going to do that one for you now.
Off our, yes, first CD, let's see, this was recorded in the spontaneous period, which is between the Jurassic period and the whatever it is. It's called Rainbows. Letters on your jacket or a beer in your glass. Back in the days when a year used to last you forever. And if your daddy was paying and you went to the U and you got a new wardrobe so they think you were cool. Or maybe you paid your own way working 7-Eleven. Till you earned your degree to bust your ass for union wages in a factory. Oh, you ain't your way and I went my way. Chose your own life, I chose this highway. Isn't it weird how life has its peaks and its valleys? But you never can see what the future holds. There's no clear compared to your pot of gold. Nevertheless, we all have to chase our own rainbow. Well, now maybe the love of your life's been found. More likely you're on your second time around. 7-year itch manifests itself in many ways. Oh, and maybe the years have been good to you, except a couple of pounds and a vice or two today. No one said this life was gonna be easy. You want a vacation in New Orleans, except your Chevy needs a tranny and your kids need jeans. Oh, you and your and I way. Chose your own life, I chose this highway. Isn't it weird how life has its peaks and its valleys? But you never can see what the future holds. There's no pickup path to your pot of gold. Nevertheless, we all have to chase our own rainbow. Well, no, I'm not complaining. Standing in a day that's better than some of my friends. But life is a mystery we never foresaw, and it never goes as we intend. Goes as we intend. You want a vacation in New Orleans, except your Chevy needs a tranny. Your kids need jeans. Oh, you ain't your and I went my
chose your own life, I chose the highway. Isn't it weird how life has its peaks and its valleys? But you never can see what your future holds. There's no quicker path to your pot of gold. Nevertheless, we all have to chase our own rainbow. Chase our own rainbow. Chase our own rainbow. Chase our own.
Thank you very, very much.
Must be some kind of way out of here, said the Joker to the thief. There's too much confusion, I can't get no relief. All these businessmen, they all drink my wine down there till my earth. None of them along the line. Show me what have you got to do? There ain't no reason to get excited. The thief kindly spoke. There are many among us right here, right now, still see alive. Some sort of joy. You and I, we got mad through there. Tell you that this not our fate. Let us not talk falsely now. The hour is getting late. Watchtower. All along this watchtower. Those of you still have eyes to see is the end. You'll be saved by grace in the end. Saved by time if you don't understand. Some hatred is rooted in your fear. Your paranoia, insecurity don't belong here. Can't believe the news today. I can't close my eyes and make it go away. How long must we sing this song? How long? Broken rattles of children's feet. That is true, cross a dying street. And I won't even let it go.
song I will sing, sing, sing a new song I will sing, sing a new song. Thank you. Thank you all very much.
Hey, real quick, there's about 2 minutes left for the silent auction items. The amplifier, the Poco poster that's signed by Poco, and there's 4 signed guitars. Blood, Sweat, and Tears on the box tops, the Marcells, Rick Derringer, and the Grassroots, all individually signed guitars. All right, now, you guys got a butt warmer tonight? And you also get a plaque. Let's give these guys a huge round of applause. Mark and Jeff, the Cartwright brothers.
Well, I'd like to start by giving a short list of all the little people we mercilessly stepped over on our way to the top. Not enough time? Never mind. Actually, just a few people I'd like to thank. First of all, my mother, 88 years young, here tonight with my brother and my sister-in-law. She let me take guitar lessons in first grade, and when I quit, she said, "You can't do that, so you're gonna play piano." And so I learned to do that too. Anyway, thank you, everyone. Love you.
I tried to run away from home at 5 years old wearing a Beatle wig. So I always knew I wanted music in my life, but my exposure to the Beatles at that time was the Beatles cartoon and the Chipmunks Sing the Beatles album. So, you know, but anyway, I just want to thank, God for letting this be a part of my life, and most importantly, for letting us survive. Because anybody that ever saw the Cartwrights knew that we pushed the envelope pretty hard every time we were out there. And I want to thank my wife and children and my family as well for all the support, and for all of you, thank you.
Oh, hey. My gosh, she took the butt warmer and forgot the plaque. All right, the silent auction item closes in 2 minutes. I said that 2 minutes ago, so apparently it got extended. It's done in 2 minutes. We've got people lined up to make some bids on that, and those are incredible items. Again, those 4 different signed guitars, an amp, and a signed poster by Poco. All right. Our next inductee. Bob Ferry began his singing career singing along with records like the Beach Boys and Tommy James. And this just warms my heart because I remember singing along with the Beach Boys. Do you want me to sing California Girls? I'm not going to spoil the night. Don't tempt me. Eventually, Bob developed a love for heavier rock music with brothers Kevin and Gordy. They formed a band called Wicked World, named after a song from Black Sabbath's first album. Wicked World performed at such iconic Sioux Falls venues as the Macamba Club, being the first and likely probably the only band to play heavy rock music there. They packed the house. Unfortunately, Vietnam and military service brought an end to the early rock and roll dreams of the brothers. Both Bob and Kevin joined the military. In 1974, Bob joined Shadowfax as the lead singer and frontman, which brought Bob back into the music scene. Shadowfax eventually dissolved and Destroyer was formed. Bob became well known as a phenomenal singer and charismatic frontman. His onstage energy was simply infectious. Around this time, Bob earned the name of Rocking Bob. He promoted several shows under the name Rockin' Bob's Rock and Roll Show. He continued to be a huge fan and supporter of all the local rock bands and was known by many as the godfather of the Sioux Falls rock scene. That's a pretty high honor. Bob eventually lost a long and courageous battle with cancer on November 6th in 2021. He will be remembered and missed by many in the Sioux Falls music community. As proof of that, the South Dakota Rock and Roll Music Association is preserving Rockin' Bob Ferry with the Spirit of Music Award, and accepting on his behalf is Lynn Ferry.
I'm Bob's wife, and he would be honored to have this award tonight. And I just want to thank everybody that made it all possible. You want to say something?
Thank you all again. My dad would have been very happy to have received this award if he could have been here tonight. He would have been more happy for the guys in his bands that got to go in with him. He cared more about their successes than he did his own. Thank you all again. I love you, Dad. I miss you every damn day. Thanks.
I'd also like to say that he would give a lot of credit to the Lord.
Born into a musical family in Waubee, South Dakota, John Mogan. Yeah, Waubee's a pretty cool town, huh? John Mogan started piano lessons on his 6th birthday, learning from his grandma, Helen Mogan. He wanted to meet her expectations, so he would practice from 6 until 7, 5 mornings a week. The Mogan family often would sing together. Mom and Dad taught him how to sing parts. John started playing clarinet on his 4th grade Christmas present. Within a few weeks, he made the high school band. He actually started teaching piano lessons as an 8th grader. As a high school student, Mogan was smitten with listening to the rock and roll bands playing at the nearby Blue Dog Inn. It was while teaching elementary vocal music in Parkston that rock and roll started to play a bigger part in his life. John, along with Bob Carlson, Dan Hills, and Joel Woodall, would form the group Spur of the Moment. That put the bug to play music full-time into his head. He joined the Ups and Downs, a Las Vegas style show band, in late 1975. In the fall of 1977, he returned to teaching music in Lenox. Next, the Faded Blue Band hired him, and that lasted until the fall of 1978. Halloween night of that same year saw the genesis of Mogan's Heroes, playing in Chancellor, South Dakota. John hired guitar player Tom Stever and drummer Scott Clavercamp. Kello TV news anchor Doug Lund joined in on the drums in May 1987. Guitarist Dennis Gale replaced Stever in the early 1988. Bill Hoffman joined as rhythm keeper in late 2002. This threesome is still going strong today. In fact, they were inducted into the South Dakota Rock and Roll Music Association Hall of Fame in 2018. Mogan taught vocal music in South Dakota for about 34 years. He's taught hundreds of piano students. His radio jingles have won several Addy Awards, and he's also been honored to play piano for 2 U.S. presidents. Now he's being honored with the Lifetime Achievement Award. Here's my friend John Mogan.
Dance with me, I want to be your partner, can't you see? The music is just starting, night is calling, and I am falling. Dance with me. Fantasy can never be so thrilling, I feel free. I hope that you are willing, kick the beat up. Your feet up, dance with me. Let it lift you off the ground. Starry eyes and love is all around. I can take you where you want to go. Oh, dance with me. I want to be your partner, can't you see? It's just starting, night is calling, and I am falling. Dance with me. That's Danny Gale. It's just starting, night is calling, and I am falling. Dance with me. For all the ladies in the house, look around you, look up here, take time to make time to be there. Look around, stay apart. Feel for the winter, but don't have a cold heart. And I love you best, not like the rest. You're there when I need you, there when I need
I'm gonna need you. A long time ago I had a lady to love. Oh yeah. She made me think of things I never thought of. Now she's gone and I'm on my own. A love song is coming to my mind. A love song was there all the time. Sing along. So lady, let me take a look at you now. You're there on the dance floor making me want you somehow. Oh lady, I think it's only fair I should say to you. Don't be thinking that I don't want you, 'cause baby I do. Look around, come to me. I was have no answers, nowhere I wanna be. Look around, play a part. I was born up in Webster and cooled by a warm heart. Love you best. You're not like the rest. There when I need you, there when I need. I'm gonna need you. So lady, let me take a look at you now. You're there on the dance floor making me want you somehow. Oh lady, I think it's only fair I should say to you. Don't be thinking that I don't want you, 'cause baby I do. Oh yeah. Thank you so much. Do you remember the Hollies? Here are three of those of our favorite Holly songs. When we were in school, our games were and she would show me what she bought. Other people stared as if we were both quite insane. Someday my name and hers are going to be the same. The road is long, with many a winding turn that leads us to who knows where, who knows where. But I'm strong, strong enough to carry him. He ain't heavy, he's my brother. So on we go. His welfare is my concern. No burden is he to bear. We'll get there. For I know he would not encumber me. He ain't heavy, he's my brother. If I'm waiting at all, I'm waiting with sadness that everyone's heart isn't filled with the gladness of love for one another. It's a long, long road from which there is no return. While we're on the way to there, why not share? And the Lord doesn't weigh me down at all. He ain't heavy, he's my brother. He ain't heavy, he's my brother. He ain't heavy, he's my brother. Oh yeah. All right. Eli's coming.
Eli's coming.
Eli's a coming. You better hide your heart. You love it hard. Eli's a coming and the cards say a broken heart. Eli's coming, hide your heart, girl. Eli's coming, hide your heart, girl. Girl, Eli's coming, you better hide. Girl, Eli's coming, you better hide. Girl, Eli's coming, you better hide. Girl, Eli's coming, hide your heart, girl. Hide it, better hide your heart. Eli's coming, better walk, walk, but you never get away.
It is with great honor that the South Dakota Rock and Roll Music Association would like to honor John Mogan personally with this year's Lifetime Achievement Award.
Thank you so much. I can't hide it. I really can't hide it. People ask me how I get so much energy. How come you're so happy all the time? And I'm telling you, it's because I have a relationship with Jesus. And I would hope you would consider that sometime. I'm not going to preach to you. I'm so thankful for the family that God put me in and the town that he put me in and the friends I had. My friends from Waubay, there were like 60 people here from Waubay. Oh man, thank you so much. And so many people from Parkston and Lennox, so places I've taught, so thank you so much. I would be remiss if I didn't thank my wife Sue and our beautiful family, and Bill and Marta Hoffman, and Dennis and Karen Gale, and all the people that have come before them. Doug Lund, Tom Stever, they got mentioned, Scotty Clavercamp. Basically, 6 guys have kept this band going for 44 years. And man, it's been fun, and I don't see a reason to keep why should we keep going, right? Thank you so much to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Thank you for supporting this. I've met so many musicians that I just love. And getting to play with 2 other bands tonight, it was great. So God bless you. Thank you so much.
Okay, real quick now, we're going to go through the silent auction bid sheet. We've got quite a few bids that are been paid already. We appreciate that, but make sure you get over there real quick and take care of some of these things if you have the high bid. On the full throttle electric cooler with a bid of $105, Dale Hennings. He's already paid for that. Appreciate that. For the guitar that was signed by Rick Derringer and the band, the high bid was $425, and there's no way that I can read this person's writing. I mean, what? Okay, Scribble, we had the $425 bid. Get over there and see if it's yours. All right, the signed Sherwin Linton and Johnny Rivers guitar, high bid $200. Mike Nichols, get over there to pick it up. For the Vox Veltronics, high bid $400. Elsa Ray. For the guitar that was signed by Grassroots, a high bid of $155. I believe it's Wally Grogan. Get over there if that sounds like your name. The Poco poster, high bid, Andrea Shaw, $240. Make sure you get over there to pick that up and write out a check right away. For the unopened wax box of the 1990 Fleer baseball, Sarah Zismowski with a bid of $35. For the guitar, signed by not only Blood, Sweat, and Tears, but also the Box Tops, high bid $350. Congratulations to Dave Balt. We've got the guitar that was signed by the Marcells, high bid $225. Congratulations to Larry Burns. The music poster that was framed, high bid of $67, Mary T. Grogan. And that's it. Thank you for participating. Thank you for your bids. We appreciate that very much. It helps out the organization just that much more. John Senn, co-founder of the Iowa Rock and Roll Music Association and a very talented musician, left his mark on music in many ways. John's interest in music was sparked by listening to Elvis on the radio. Inspired by Elvis, John put together his first band, the Rhythm Tones, in 1960. John then went on to lead the Chevelles. He then partnered with Denny Story and became the J of DJ and the Runaways. They had a hit in 1966, I'm sure you remember, called Peter Rabbit. This success led to a performance on Dick Clark's Where the Action Is TV show and touring across the U.S. and Canada. DJ and the Runaways were also inducted into the South Dakota Hall of Fame in 2012. John went on to perform with and lead many other bands. During this time period, bands were springing up in every neighborhood with the dream of cutting their own record. John co-founded the Iowa Great Lakes Recording Studio in Milford. The recording studio was honored with the South Dakota Hall of Fame recognition in 2010. John Sen also co-founded the Iowa Rock and Roll Music Association in 1997. Once the Iowa Rock and Roll Music Association built its first museum in Arnolds Park, Iowa, John encouraged many bands to make the trip to the Iowa Great Lakes region. He took great pride in the annual Iowa Rock and Roll Music Association Labor Day weekend induction ceremony, watching as others would receive honor for their part that they played in music history. The founders of the South Dakota Rock and Roll Music Association consulted with John as they began plans for this organization that continues to honor the South Dakota music industry. John enthusiastically helped advise in any way he could, as he firmly believed that the Hall of Fames would ensure that rock and roll will never die. From 1960, when he first performed on stage, until his death in July 2019, John Sen provided a background for musicians, performed thousands of times himself, encouraged fellow musicians to record their talents, and provided a venue to ensure all musicians and support staff in the music industry would not be forgotten. It is through not only John's music, but his support of others' music that his spirit will live on forever. He was truly a legend, a pioneer, and a champion for rock and roll in the Midwest. We honor his memory and his legacy with the Spirit of the Music Award. Accepting on John Sen's behalf, Naomi Sen.
I would like to thank the Rock and Roll South Dakota Music Hall of Fame. This is a great honor, and John would truly be honored that they did this for him. I would like to thank my family for coming tonight to support John, my two daughters. I have some grandchildren sitting at a table and several other friends. If anybody knew John's history, they would know that he was truly a pioneer of rock and roll. And I know he's with us tonight looking down, and it really gave him pleasure to see an inductee walk across stage and got a reward for what they had done to keep rock and roll alive and what they had contributed their lives. I mean, tonight, these band guys, some of them hasn't played and seen each other for years. And this is the way it is in Iowa, because that's where we are from. So we gotta just, as John said, the inductees' night, a night to shine, because this is very important for what they have give to the rock and roll scene. So thank you very much. John would be very honored. Thank you.
We live in a fabulous state. To have something like this, I'm so glad they started this up to honor all the rock and roll bands. I've lived here for over 44 years now as a native Bostonian, and this has become home. I just love it here, and I love the people here, and I hope you guys have had a great time tonight. Thanks for letting me be part of this. I would ask everyone to include my mother in their prayers. She's struggling a little bit right now. She's going to be 99 next Tuesday, so Nana's a rock star. She's my rock star. In addition to all you guys, my mom is a rock star. So keep her in your prayers if you would for me. I am really excited about this last group that's being inducted tonight. Did you see him at the Levitt about a month ago? That was awesome. The seeds of Janitor Bob and the Armchair Cowboys were planted at Sioux Falls Pawn Shop in 1991 through a chance meeting between drummer Mark Richards and guitarist Pat McIntyre. Having similar interests in music and a want to compose their own material, they dedicated endless time writing and practicing in Mark's kitchen while looking for like minds to create music and have fun. Pat had been playing with Chris Yost in another local band and was able to convince Chris to come out and check out what they were doing. Well, soon after, Pat contacted Jay Jansen and invited him to come play bass. The four musicians set out writing songs and reimagining other material. While developing a core sound for the band, there was one thing missing: a voice. After trying out a few different singers, the foursome struck gold with Martin Dill. It made the group complete. Over the next 6 years, Janitor Bob toured the country, and Martin was on Calling All Sports earlier this week and talked about some of the places they've been. But they opened for acts as big and diverse as the Allman Brothers, the Bodines, and countless others. They were a finalist in Musician Magazine's Best Unsigned Band contest. Janitor Bob was recognized in Relix Magazine and Rolling Stone as one of the best bands you have never heard. Well, luckily, we've heard them. They released 3 albums and received a massive radio play in the region. The group released 6 singles, of which Happy Song is still a regional staple 30 years later. Chris Yost left Janitor Bob in 1995 and was replaced by Casey Gooby of the Yankton Bucks, who I talked about on TV during the state high school football championships. The band continued to tour and write until disbanding in 1997. They played reunion shows in 99 and 2001. In 2009, they reformed with Gooby on guitar. Since then, Janitor Bob has played sporadically, but boy, when they play, it sure is fun. Guys, take it away.
best intentions. And if there come a point of contention, all I wanna know is, are you gonna let me go? Yesterday was a long time ago. Tomorrow seemed like a long way off. Was the day really worth the waiting? Did I really even get what I wanted? I don't wanna remember your face, but I do an awful job of it. I still remember your eyes. Did they always look that hard? Don't tell me about your suspicion. Can you accept the new edition? I really wanna know it. Are you gonna let me go? Go away from you and me and all these things we wanted to say was nothing at all in the end. What exactly do you want from me? I need to know that's driving me insane. All I ever hope to be has one more glue and I'm off at your place. Gotta get it together for my sake. Clear my head and find out where I stand. Never knew I could be so lonesome, but I know I'll be alright in the end. Don't tell me about your suspicion. Can you accept the new edition? Man, all I really wanna know is, are you gonna let me go? Go away from you and me and all these things we wanted to say was nothing at all in the end. Thank y'all. My mom and my sisters and my kid are all here. That's my mom. too complex for all we wanna be. Well, you make your choice and twist it now, 'cause your happiness shouldn't be a job. But there's an edge of sketch inside your head, made of shapes of red and red. Shake it up to draw a line, and I'll have all day to bang. Brother Michael, what have you done to me? I asked for nothing, but you stole the sun. Now can you say? Now can you say? It's not the light I want, but I need the heat. I hate to tell you when I see you in the street, Brother Michael. Last disciple, only faithful one, but now no stepping stones are on the path. Please tell me how. I said I'd follow you when you came to me, but that was so long ago. I know, now leave me be, Brother Michael. Oh, Brother Michael. Brother Michael, it's survival, so you say. Don't you see there's no revival when you're dead? Now Mary's little lamb is far from you.
Thank you all for being here, and thank you for having us here. This whole night has been a really, 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 really great night. I've had so much fun. Just want to take a second. We got Chris Yost, Jay Jansen, Casey Gooby, Pat McIntyre, Mark Richards. I'm Martin Dill, and that's my mom. We're Janitor Bob and the Armchair Cowboys, and we are super happy to be here.
Hey, I'm walking along and singing my song with a raindrop in my eye. To the end of the world by my window, looking for some bright surprise. Hey, did you ever see the sun so bright as it was last night in my room? Could you tell me where and take me there and stay with me? 'Cause here beneath these highs above, we've only got each other and our love. So give me the time and I'll make you mine, and be content just to be alive. I go swimming in the fishing hole and run through the trees with my bare little toes. See the light in the sky and the jitter and jive, and I laughing. So with the spirit love us and you love me, let the grass turn blue and the sky go green. Just tell me where and take me there, stay with me. Oh, and we'll dance and sing and run and jump and holler at the moon from atop the storm. And the sun in the sky won't need no, I was so happy. So tell me where and take me there, stay with me. Oh, please, baby, tell me where and take me there, stay with me. Oh, yeah. Tell me where and take me there, stay with me. Baby, tell me where and take me there, stay with me. Oh, please, hon, tell me where and take me there, and stay with me. Yeah, yeah, Thanks, everybody. I hope you had a great night with Janitor Bob and the Armchair Cowboys. Woo!
Thank you very much. We would love to play one more song, but we are on a very, very tight schedule for a number of reasons that elude me. But I'm told we cannot. Thanks, guys.
That was awesome. Hey guys, don't leave the stage here, please. Recognizing their contribution to rock and roll in South Dakota, Janitor Bob and the Armchair Cowboys are now, I feel like a pastor here. They are officially inducted into the South Dakota Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Accepting on behalf of the Armchair Cowboys. Pat, you thought Brian had lost your plaque. You thought Brian had lost your plaque. I got it. Pat McIntyre, everybody.
I'm sure everybody wants to say thanks to somebody real quick, so I'm going to let them do it because my stutter might slow our asses down.
There's so many people that I owe so much money to, so hit me up after the show. Thank you. This is a great honor. Thank you.
Woo! Thank you, everybody, for coming out and seeing us all those years back in the 90s when we all had hair and everything was really fucking cool. It's still cool. I love you. Thank you. My family, everyone that supported me through the years, thank you.
It's been an honor to play with these young men. It's been a lot of fun, and thank you guys for all the great memories. Thank you.
So, just for the South Dakota Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, I think it takes a village and people who love music, a city and a state that supports music, and that's what South Dakota is. People like Mark Larson and the Mad Hatter, Tom French, the Charcoal Lounge, John and the Ertz family, and the Pomp Room staff, all places that we got to play where you guys got to see us and we got to develop. I'd also like to thank my mother who co-signed my first bass loans for me, and my wife Barb, for which South Dakota will always feel like a home.
So thank you to the board of the South Dakota Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Thank you B1027 for Fridays at 5 and playing the happy song for all these years. I want to thank my family and my friends. Thanks, man. I love you too. I want to thank these guys because I told a couple of them this week, but I want you guys all to know this, that I literally would not be me without all of you. So thank you, everybody.
I really just want to first thank everybody they thanked to make it easy. John Stever for really keeping us together, inductee himself. Bob Keys came in from Maine, and he used to write a lot of nice stuff about us. That's just a mind screw for me that he's here. My family, obviously, because most of my kids weren't born, so they didn't get what Daddy saw to deal with in the last month or so. But really, with as much fun as we had, being able to play Peter Pan for a long time, I got to thank my wife because she probably put in more work than any of us. I was the only one with a kid, and she's going to college and working 2 jobs, and she was front and center every show she could, but she was also one that stayed home when I had to be away, and she knew what she signed on for, and she did it with grace and beauty. And Michelle, I love you intensely. And last thing I want to say, I'm going to take some soapbox time right now. This is fantastic. This crowd here is freaking awesome. But I really wish you were all here last night, man. Last night we had the battle, youth battle of the bands. And I'm telling you, if you weren't here, you missed out. Big time. You got to see one of them open the show, but all the other bands, we had people as young as 9 years old owning this stage. It was incredible. It makes me think about why I'm here. It was guys like Bino and Gary Snow and JT and Rich Show that took time to talk to a small kid that was in awe of what they see. And let's face it, kids don't get to see that very much, let alone get interested in it. And as much fun as it is here right now to look back on the past and revel, we got to start showing up, because without those kids, there isn't a future. There really isn't. I'm sick of being the old guy at an all-ages show, man. Seriously, I want you all to promise me something. Next year, this is going to happen again, and each and every one of you better be at that Friday night show for the all ages to watch and support and give them some spark, or I swear to God, I will come to all your houses and beat your asses. And on top of that, if you got extra money, some of what the Hall of Fame does is very good things for getting instruments in school and helping with music programs. That was a big part of last night. You see somebody around here wearing a shirt or a lanyard, give them some cash so they can keep that going and we can make it better last year. And I'm serious. If you don't show up Friday next year, you will miss out. These kids were outstanding, and I commend them. And some of them even went as far as saying those 5 deadly words to bands and crowds. This is a song we wrote. God dang it, that was awesome. So please be here and support it, and thanks and stuff.
Congratulations, guys. What a way to end it. Wonderful, wonderful night. Brian and Mylan, you want to come up here? I just want to thank Mylan for making this so easy for me to do this. It's the first time as you can tell, I'm horribly nervous. This has been a blast. Hope I can do it again. But he made this super, super easy. And Brian Wheeler, for all the work you did to put this thing together. I don't think any of us realize, well, we do if we've done these things before, but it takes an incredible amount of work to put on something like this. So congrats to all of the inductees tonight, and I'm going to turn it over to Mylan and Brian here to finish the evening. Mylan?
Okay, hey, Mark, come on over.
Brian?
Come on over. Hey, did you have fun? Okay, cool. So you think we might want to do this next year? Well, okay, well, we'll start working on it for you. I want to thank you all for coming out tonight. You guys and the bands are what made this night work. Yeah, our board, we did a lot of the behind-the-scenes stuff, but it all comes down to putting on a good show for you guys and creating a party atmosphere for you. So I want to thank you so much for your support of this event and our support of last night for the Battle of the Bands. And I want to thank Mark Ovenden and this young man over here, Mylan Ray. Can we give it up for those guys? They kept this show on time. And I'm not going to keep you anymore. I want you to drive safe. Have a great night. Whoops, one more thing.
It's the stage manager for Janitor Bob, Joella's birthday. Let's sing for her, shall we? On a 1 and a 2 and a 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Joella. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you. Good night.